And we are live. Hello, everybody. I know there's a little bit of a delay here. Let's see. MPN, Greasy. Can you guys hear me okay? Give me a thumbs up or type okay or something in there. I had my phone here. Oh, here it is. All right. All right. Thank you, guys. I'm waiting now for some reason. There we go. I want to be able to watch the chat over at the bench. So what's going on, guys? Thank you, guys. Thank you too for being here. Hopefully, a few more come in. I have watching the Olympics. Yes, it is Thursday. I have a guitar to work on tonight. Guy got a hold of me and said, "Hey, I have a guitar and he'd worked on. Can you do it?" I said, "Sure." He said, "Well, it's an acoustic." I said, "That's fine." And then he's like, it's going to need some work. I'm like, that's fine. Just bring it in. He's like, "Well, I don't really have any cash to get it fixed." And I know the guy. I'm like, "Well, okay, whatever." He's like, "Well, no." He goes, that Kramer Beretta special I have?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I'll give you that for doing it." I said, "Well, you don't have to." He's like, "Well, I want to." So I have the guitar here. I told him he could probably pick it up tomorrow. And I guess when he comes to pick it up, he's giving me the Kramer Beretta special for doing the work. Mad Hatter, what's happening? Hey, Mad, I am sorry I forgot to mail your trem blocker. I'm going to try to do that tomorrow. And I'll throw a couple other things in the box for you. It's identical to yours, that blue. Except I think he's got some kind of couple decals on it, I think. Yeah, it's my fault, Mad. It's just been hectic here, and I haven't had a chance to do a bunch of stuff. So I'm hoping to get it out for you tomorrow. But yeah, I will. I'll toss in a couple other things in the box for you as an apology for not getting it out sooner. So yeah, MPN, it's it looks just like your blue one, except it doesn't say 5150. I think he's got a couple decals of monkeys on it. Not a greasy monkey, but a monkey nonetheless. Well, I want to. I try to get everything out ASAP, and then when stuff happens, I get behind, and then it's like, So I'm trying to get it done, and I when I do mess up, I apologize for it. So, the reason I'm on a Thursday now is I'm going to do my regular spot on Mondays. Pretty much, I have been. I'm going to do my regular spot on Mondays, and probably do Thursdays also. And Johnny is doing his workbench stuff late at night now, and That's kind of like his single thing. So it's like he's never invented. He's never invited me to those, but he doesn't want to do it during the week, just on Saturdays. And I've had a lot of people ask me, hey, if you're not going to be the workbench with Johnny, are you going to do more on your own? So I decided, okay, I'll do Mondays and Thursdays. I'll do Thursdays early like this before Laz's show, because I don't want to, I don't like stepping on anybody's toes. Johnny's, Laz's, anybody's. So, so with that, yeah, I know that, Matt, and he said he's been telling me all along after NAMM this year he was going to make some changes. And it's working out for him. I guess he's getting new subscribers and everything, doing them that late. So I'm happy for him. That's fine. I'm still on the Tuesday show, the Wednesday show, Friday and Saturday with him. There just won't be any workbenches, I guess, from what I understand, with me and him together, except for Saturday. And I've had a lot of people, text me and tell me, they learned a lot, or they're doing stuff they never would have tried before from watching me. And, it's a bad thing that I'm not on with Johnny doing his. And it's his show, I understand, and that's fine. So I thought, well, okay, then I'll just do, instead of just a Monday, I'll do a Monday and a Thursday. So that'll give you guys 2 nights. And then I'll throw in an extra one every now and then when there's time and nothing else is happening. But yeah, I love, the whole reason I'm here is to help people learn how to fix their own guitars. And I've had people say, well, that's stupid. That takes money from you in the long run. I'm 60 years old, soon to be 61. I'm retired. I'm not in it to make money. I'm in it to help you help yourself, basically. So if I can show you how to fix something or adjust something, and that saves you money in the long run, then that's what I'm here for. I'm here to help. That's the only reason I'm here. I'm not here to get thousands of subscribers, or you don't even see me. I don't have any. I guess I don't know. I have no idea how I'm doing all this, because I've never done this end of it. But I'm not going to sit here and it's not, I'm not making fun of Johnny. It's just, everybody, you watch any channel, you always hear him say, hey, hit that thumbs up, or if you like, subscribe, blah, blah. I'm not going to say that. YouTube's been around long enough. If you're watching YouTube, you know what to do. If you like it, you'll do it. If you don't, you don't. Whatever. As long as, I help one person here fix a guitar or help something, that's fine. And that's the whole thing, reason why I do what I do, for people who can't afford it. That's the only thing you'll hear me ask for is guitar parts. If you have any guitar parts you don't need or extra, please get a hold of me if you want to donate them, because it helps. It's for a good cause. So, yeah, you're right. I'm not looking to get any, you're right, Matt. I'm not here to have, what do they call that? Patrons and all that stuff. I'm not that, whatever. You guys know what to do. If you like it, you'll subscribe. If you don't, you won't. And either way, you're here now, or at least watch to decide what you want to do. But I'm here just to help people. And that's, so with that being said, I have an acoustic to work on tonight that he's like, well, here's what happened. Calls me up and says he changed strings. And since he changed strings, it's doing nothing but buzzing. And I guess it's, I've never seen a guitar before. So he's like, it might just need a neck adjustment, that's all, whatever. But if it needs more, then I'll give you the Beretta special for fixing it. I opened it up out of the case. I got to wear gloves to take this thing apart, and it needs a complete fretboard scrub. Frets reworked. I may have to level and crown them. I'm not sure. I got to check. It's filthy, back, front. The fretboard is, so I got my black gloves out, and I have some spray way cleaner to wipe everything all down. So let's get to that, and we'll go over there. So let me switch microphones. And cameras, everybody. And let's get to this. I don't even know what you call it. It's just really bad. Now, I don't have to take the headphones over with me because I'm the only one here. So we're good. RJ's Cave. Hello, sir. Thank you for stopping in. So with that being said, let's go over there, and it's a Yamaha Acoustic. Okay, I'm hoping you guys can hear me. Let me turn this up for a minute so I can check. Okay, I'm hoping you guys can hear me. All right. Okay, this guitar, I will show you a little bit more of it up close. This thing's got, I'm going to say spill, because he uses this guitar, him and another guy, and they do, the guy who plays this does the rhythm playing and singing. Then there's another gentleman on electric guitar who does the fill-ins and leads, and they just do like a two-man show, and they work like at bars and stuff like that. And I'm going to assume this is all, I mean, look at this. Look at the green tarnished frets. Yeah, you said, Mad, the finger cheese. Yeah. It's look on the back. The back of the neck. I mean, look at that. So the whole thing, I'm gonna clean the whole thing. Knock that over. That was a mistake. Hi, Mr. Mick. So yeah, I have this. So I'm going to take the strings off of it, clean it up with this real quick. Then we're going to attack this fretboard, and I am using, hey, check this out. I am using one of my new neck rests. So it goes any angle it needs to be. It stays in place. Got a thumb. You can tighten it up here with the thumb screw or wing nut, or whatever you want to call it. Some people call them thumb screws. So I am making these. This is exactly what you get, and I am selling these. So if anybody's interested, let me know. So yeah, this is pretty much very bad. And these are supposedly new strings. I guess they were. Look at the bend on that one. I guess they were probably a couple years ago. But this whole thing, oh yeah, look here, man, I got a purple one. So you just tighten the thumb screw up or the wing nut and adjust it where you want it. There you go. Yes, Mr. Mick, I did. Thank you. Mr. Mick sent in filament today. I'm going to make him a couple more of the fret polishers. Problem with that, Mr. Mick, is I'm probably just going to end up giving you 2 or 3 wide ones that I have already made, because for some reason, let me see if I can find, where's the one I can show you? Hold on. I don't know why this is happening. Where did it fall? Hold on here, I want to show you. It fell. I don't know where it went. Okay, well, maybe I can. No, that's the regular one. Okay, hold on. I have one new. There's a new style. Hold on, let me show you. Okay. There's a new style here, and here's what happened. It prints all the way, and as you can see, it's starting fine, right? So this design here, you put the rod and the handle in, the tip, and you can actually glue the tip on and leave it there. You don't have to take it out. You can actually get the paper in this way. And you don't have to worry about it. You can get it in the rod because you got access there. So these print perfect until the very end. And then at the very end, you see that overlap? It's like the very last levels shift. See that? They shift this way. Same way with the rod. You get the whole rod's perfect, in the very end it's like it's a quarter of the way off. It's not centered. I've tried everything. If you look at the program is completely perfect. There's not an issue with it. You look at it when it does the slicing, it's straight, everything's right. Something in the printer. So I've set the printer to factory reset. I've done everything, and it runs all the way up till it gets to that point, then it moves that top section over, and I can't figure out why. Because this new design is, you shouldn't be able to see those lips. And like up here, it should be like this. But it gets right there to the edge in that last piece, and I don't know why it's doing it, but this design, you can roll the paper up and put it right through, and it will go in the slot. So you don't have to sit there and pop it out and feed it through and put it back on. So until I can get this figured out, once that's figured out, I'll be making these ones, which are a lot quicker and easier to use. But I'll probably just send you these 2 wide, and then I'll throw something else in. You want one of these stands? I'll make you one of these stands. And like I said, they lock whatever position you want. If you want to, you really lock them down, you just tighten up even a bit more. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out why that's doing that. And I thought, well, if I clean the memory and everything out, let's see, greasy. You know what? Either way, it doesn't matter because half the times I'm changing them. And knobs, I do have a lot of knobs. I'm good on knobs. I have both. So the pot wise, it doesn't matter. I can use either one. RJ, pretty much anything because I never know, and I know you subscribed not too long ago, and I don't know how well you've how long you've seen me on Johnny's show or not. Um, what I do, let me work on this, and then I'll explain that too. Um, what I do is I take these guitars, if for someone who can't afford it, okay, like they have a guitar and it's just trashed and they can't afford to get it fixed, I go ahead and fix it for them. I do not charge to do the work at all. And it used to be that before I had to medically retire, I never asked for parts for people. I would just buy everything myself and just do it. And or I would go to pawn shops and just buy cheap guitars there, rebuild them, and give them away to people who need it. A lot of it's kids with single parent. There's a lot of times I've done it for veterans. Just anybody that can't afford it, that really wants to learn. It's like keeping the gift of music alive. So what happens is, wow, these aren't new strings. Stuff's falling off of them. So what happens is, I never know what I'm going to get. I mean, someone could come in and say, hey, my grandfather gave me this guitar. It's been in his closet for 50 years. And I mean, I've had a couple like that. I've had an old Harmony come in here, Harmony hollow, semi-hollow, kind of like a 335 Gibson that was so old. I think it was the very first Harmony, or K, might have been a K. I think it was the very first one they ever made. It was freaking old, and I basically had to rebuild the whole thing. So when people say, well, what do you need parts wise? Anything, because I've had people come in with new guitars they bought off of Amazon for $150 and weren't able to play them. So you go through and set it up, or if it's doesn't sound right, pickups, I change pickups, I do all kind of stuff. It doesn't So I got to the point where I'm not selective on parts because I never know what I'm going to need. So whatever anybody wants to donate is fine with me because most of it gets used anyhow. And I don't use it on my own guitars. I just strictly do this for people who need to get it done. Just try to get them going and the reason behind that, I'm not going to give the whole story, but years ago we had a guy. I'm talking 1986. We had a guy when the band was starting and none of us had any money and blah, blah, blah. Even getting strings every week or whatever, 2 weeks, was hard to do because everybody was broke. And this guy stepped in and gave a lot of money to the band. We had all the supplies we ever needed. We had stage stuff. He paid for all the stuff to get lights, everything. And when we started making money, tried to pay the guy back, and he wouldn't take anything. His comment was, just pay it forward, man. Keep the gift of music going. And I'm talking this guy, this was 1986, 87, and he donated thousands of dollars to the band. And he didn't want any of it back. None of it. So ever since then, I've been helping people when I can get stuff needed. Wow, that's caked on crap right there. I've been working on guitars. I studied with the luthier for off and on for 2 years. I've actually been working on guitars my whole life. I paint them. Now the paint, I don't do the paint job for them. The paint job is that's something I do, custom order for customers. And then I do have customers' guitars that I work on. But whenever I do stuff for people like that, it's no charge. Even when I bought the parts, it was no charge. But now that the parts are donated, I let them know these parts were donated by whoever, if they want me to tell. If not, I just say, a very nice person who follows the show donated parts to get you going. And a lot of times people's happy with just that. But yeah, it's just something I promised, was just to keep the guy going, or keep anybody going, actually. So yeah, that's when it comes. Long story short, sorry, or long story still long, I guess. Apologize for that, but anything. It doesn't matter. Strings, pickups, tuners, pots. I'm good on knobs and switches. And, pretty much anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's the old Kluson style or Godo. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Actually, Greasy sent a bunch of parts. Oh, it's been over a year ago now. And he'd sent. They were Kluson style tuners, but they were Grovers. And that was the time I was working on that Harmony or that K. And I was like, man, these, because it needed tuner. Like, yeah, this will work. These are perfect. And there was only 5 of them. So about 8 months later, he sent another package, and the other one was in there. He'd found it. So yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. I take any and all, because I just don't know. I just don't know what I'll be working on. What or how much, or what all need. I mean, I've had, wow. Look at that. Loose. Wow, those are all loose. I mean, big time loose. Tell me about. Well, hold on. I have to catch up on the chat a little bit here. Wow, this isn't even beginning to be tight. This thing is. I don't think this thing has ever been serviced. But yeah, RG, any parts, it don't matter if they're import pickups or Seymours or what. It doesn't matter. You'd be surprised how many people come to me, and I tell them, I have guitar teachers around this entire area, and in even some music stores, some people at music stores, and you'll be like, I'll get a phone call, hey, I got someone come in and wanted to take lessons. They can afford the lessons, but they can't afford any instruments. Do you have anything cheap? And I never charge for the instruments. I've had people donate guitars. Greasy Monkey, Barrier Rich, MPN. Have donated entire guitars that I've worked on, got back up to snuff, and give them out. breaking these plastic things because I do have a bunch of those. Can you guys hear me okay? I tried adjusting the mic a little bit better so it didn't just shut me off and shut off part of the sentences like it was doing, because I know that was bothering Holly. Mr. Mick, I'll get that stuff out to you too. I'll throw in a stand. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't have my headphones on. When I don't have a guest here, I don't need them. So. I had to shut the door because my wife, the utility room is right over on the other side of that door, and she had clothes in the dryer. Yeah, I'm surprised this thing even stayed in tune. And you can tell he's a cowboy chord player. Those three. So we're going to scrape the board. So yeah, Johnny's doing his thing now at late at night, and I think it's fantastic. You know, he's getting more subscribers that way, and I think that that's the whole YouTube thing is Johnny's whole life. That's his job. For me, it's a hobby and just a way to help people out, and then get guitars, get the gift of music to people. So, and I understand why he does why Donnie does what he does, because it's like I said, it's his job, and with him doing them late like that. But again, I've had people say, you need to do more than on your own. So I had a guy yesterday tell me, he started talking about this, and he's like, "Hey, I'm doing stuff in my guitars that I never dreamed I would have done before, because watching you do it and explain how to do it." So, and that makes me feel good because I'm helping people. And that's what I'm all about, just trying to help. You're not going to hear me cuss on here. And Peggy, I know you heard me cuss. You never heard me say the F word because I don't say that. But I know Peggy heard me cuss playing Call of Duty. And believe it or not, one of my resolutions for this year was no more cussing, even during the video games. And my wife has congratulated me today. We went out and she's like, "I didn't think you'd be able to do it, but you are." Because I'm playing video games and all you're hearing is, "Gosh darn it, dang it." None of that stuff like before, Peggy. But see, that was the same way when I used to smoke. And one day I tell you how long ago it was. The pack had just reached $2.50 a pack of Marlboros. I smoked, didn't smoke for very long, a few years, but I didn't smoke at home. I only smoked going to work, at work, and on the way home from work. But I would go through 2 packs in that time. And one day I stopped, I worked day shift, so I stopped 6 o'clock in the morning at a gas station, bought 2 packs, of Marlboro mediums, because that's what I smoked, and had one on the way to work, and I was at work. We were just getting started. I was a lead man in the weld department, weld fabrication. And a buddy of mine was like, hey, can I have a cigarette? I'm like, sure. He's like, so you still don't smoke at home? You just, from the time you get home till you leave to come back here, right? I'm like, yeah. He's like, then you're not a smoker. And I sat there for a minute and I thought, you're right. So I took the pack I had opened, crumbled it in my hand. There was only maybe 4 or 5 cigarettes at the most gone out of it. Crumbled it up and threw it in the trash can. He's like, hey, hey, hey. He started yelling. And I went to grab the other pack and he took it from my hand. He said, if you're going to crumble it up, I'm just going to take it. Because this guy, he was like one right after another. And I quit cold turkey like that in 1995 or 96, and have never had another one since then, have no desire to have it. So I quit that just like that. I quit the cussing just like that. Now if I could just quit sugar just like that, that'd be perfect. There's benefits of using a razor blade. Okay, I'll explain this. You don't want to go over the frets with them. Even if you're going to dress the frets up, you're just adding an extra work, extra notch, line, whatever, scrape that doesn't need to be there. But I've had people say, why just use alcohol and wipe it down, blah, blah. This gets it the cleanest. It takes it down. It takes all the gunk off. It gets it in, and you can, even if you do it right, sometimes where you have the divots from your fingers, you can kind of level them out some. Now this is a little too much here because this literally, this is like right where he plays. They're deep, but I can get it to look a little bit better. But all this crap cooked up. I don't think he ever washed his hands before he plays. So I don't drink soda, pop, whatever, wherever you are, depends on what you call it. Here in this area, it's pop. Peggy, I'm sure it's probably pop for you down there in Alabama. But I don't do Pepsi or Coke. I used to drink in the 80s when I was in my early 20s. I used to drink Jolt Cola. That's why I never slept for days at a time. But I don't. The only thing I drink any pop now is root beer every now and then. I usually drink Ocean Spray Diet Cran Grape, to the point where my wife, the bottles, my wife buys every week at the grocery store. She buys 7 bottles, and that lasts me about 7 to 10 days. Then the following grocery order, she gets 6 or 7 more. So my refrigerator's always got those in it. And I drink water too, but I do unsweetened tea, Ocean Spray Diet, Cran Grape, root beer every now and then. That's about it. And water. Yeah, this is really, you can tell the chords he plays 90% of the time. So I can't get that all out, but I can make it look a little bit better. And it's just these two frets, not even here. Right here. So yeah, I don't either, brother from another mother, Steve. But if you read the Ocean Spray stuff, it doesn't have all that bad stuff in it that all the Diet Coke and Pepsi and all that has. So sorry, I've been doing this and not following the chat because I didn't want to, add any more damage to the frets. But let me get my brush this off. Now, the one thing Johnny will never convince me of is the workbench being dirty is better. No, I'll fight him on that till the death. Because I know from experience, from years of searching for tools for my father, that I spent more time searching than actually what the tool was needed used for. And that made sure I never ever let that happen. And Johnny proves that every night. Oh, where'd that screw go? I had that screw. I don't know. It was just here. I sit here and just shake my head when I'm watching that. A clean area, organized, you can get efficient, in and out with efficiency. I know he says his assistant, which is Gemini, says, a dirty workbench shows people that you're busy, blah, blah, blah. You know what it shows me? I'm not bringing my guitar there because I don't want it scratched up from all the stuff all over the place. And I'm not just saying that to him. It's a bunch of players. A couple stores around here. You go, I hang out. I know, being what I do for people, I know quite a bit of people in this area. And there's 4 music stores within 30 minutes of me, and 2 of them, the benches look like mine, and 2 of them, the guys look like Johnny's. And I know people will not take their stuff there because for fear that it would get hurt, scratched up, dinged, whatever. And I know if I was taking mine somewhere, if I didn't have 45 years experience or whatever it is working on guitars, I know I wouldn't take mine someplace where just setting it on the bench to work on it could get it damaged. So I teased Johnny about that, and I will. He's never going to convince me that that's what to do. That's the best thing, because it is not. Plus, again, it wastes time looking for stuff. Now, but then again, here's the catch to that. On his show, he's not doing it for other people. He's just doing it on his own stuff. Okay, so that's one thing. But I know in a store, the more you can do, the more you get paid. So you want it to be quicker. So organization would make it quicker. I understand that. He doesn't want that. Let me do this real quick while I'm back here. Which one's the dry one? This one. So, yeah, but I have to have everything clean. I mean, I don't know if you can see, clean, organized. Get in, get what you need, use it, put it back. But I think it's great that Johnny's getting more views and more subscribers at night, late at night. I mean, he's hitting a whole new crowd that normally doesn't see him on YouTube. I mean, if they went to Twitch, you see him playing video games and stuff. So I think that's pretty cool. He's finding ways to grow the channel, and again, that's his job, so he needs that. And I hope it continues. And I hope to continue to be on the show. Even though it's not a job per se for me, but there's a lot of you guys in the chat that I've become really good friends with, and and it's all because of being on Johnny's show. So, and I appreciate that, and like Ozzy would say, "Oh, I love you all," and Shen, So, it's cool. I love it. That's what I'm sitting on. Why is it sitting on that? Okay. Make sure that's turned the right way. Okay, so we're pretty much done with that. Now I got to address these frets. Tuners are tight into the headstock. Oh wait, did I check the screws? No, I did not. That fell again. All right, let me flip this up. Yep, that's loose. Loose. I'm surprised this thing even stayed in tune for this guy. Or maybe it didn't, I don't know. I've only seen a couple videos of them play a song here and there. They usually go to they'll go to little bars, or they'll play like the American Legion. They'll go play stuff like that for people. So it's just basically an acoustic set with a guy on an electric guitar, does fills and leads. In gung ho, let's see. Well, the easiest thing would be is for you to tell him. I mean, you just watched it. I haven't seen it. Okay. I haven't. Well, I did. I take that back. I did watch it not too long ago. Where's that other? Within I'd say I watched it within the last year. Oh, wrong one. Okay, put this back. I'm missing the one I need. Yep. That ain't it. Can't be. By God, that is it. Blue, what's happening? And yes, people, I do know how to work on acoustics. I don't like it, but I have reset necks before, changed fretboards, glued backs on before. Okay, that's as flat as can be. I want to leave it there for now. Well, maybe. So, yeah, they filmed that movie, half of it where I worked for International Harvester at that time, that has become since Navistar. Here. And we thought they were joking because it was, beginning of '85, and they put a thing up that said that Hollywood is interested in the plant. That's, factory, plant, whatever. And they were coming to look at it. They were coming to look at it for a upcoming movie, and we thought they were just joking. And then one day, we were standing there, and here comes Ron Howard. Opie Taylor. Down one of the hallways. And he's like, "Wow, they are checking it out." And he walked around the whole day with the plant manager. They walked around the whole day, and he had photographers with him. They were looking at stuff. And, so about 2 or 3 weeks went by, and they posted a thing saying, "Hey, if you're working here and you would like to be an extra in the movie," there was a number to call, because there was no email back then, at least not for us, the general public. The military may have it. And submit a photo, and you had to send it with a self-addressed envelope to this address, and they would get back with you. Okay. Yeah, we're just going to do a complete level because there's more than 4. So I went out to the mall and had my photo taken and sent it in. And about a week after that, or 2 weeks after that, I got a letter saying I was accepted to be in the movie. And what Navistar did was excused us. They gave us a leave of absence to be in the movie, and then we got paid by Paramount Studios. So it was still, didn't know what to expect. And I said I could use this one, but I'd rather use the full one. So, they sent us packets and all this stuff with information and everything like that. And then when it come time to start filming the movie, all these semis showed up. And I'm talking a bunch of semis. All Paramount Studios. I want a different color one for that. Where's the arrow? Oh, that's blue. And they showed up and set everything up. And then they started talking about, they met with us. They gave us all of our uniforms, the Asan Motors hat and coveralls, which was when we did the calisthenics scene in the beginning of the movie and at the end. That was over in a place in Pittsburgh. It was actually an abandoned factory. All they used was the courtyard for that scenes, the calisthenics scenes. And they gave us over there, since it was just for about 6 hours total, they didn't have the catering trucks. All they had for us was bologna and ham sandwiches and cans of pop. That was it. But down here, they had a semi. One semi was just the kitchen, and they had the chefs with the big white hats and everything there. And they had everything set, and you could go through and order whatever. I don't care what it was. You could order whatever you wanted, and they had it. If you wanted steak and caviar for breakfast, that's what you got. Steak and caviar. Drinks, they had wine. What did I do at International Harvester? Well, I started out as a press operator, stamping out all the parts for the semis, the doors, the cab backs, everything. Firewalls sucked. And then from there, I became a die setter, where we set the jobs up every midnight shift or day shift to run. And then from that, I went to die maker, die repair and die maker. And then I ended up letting my dad talk me into becoming a millwright, and because he worked there too. So I ended up getting a journeyman's card and worked with my dad, where we repaired the presses, basically everything. And then in 1991, when this plant shut down, my dad went to, he had the seniority because he got hired in 1961. So they had everybody that worked there that was in the union got on a recall list. And he ended up going up to Springfield, the assembly plant in Springfield, Ohio. And then the union up there, wow, look how low that one is. It's not even touching it yet. Then the union up there had negotiated, because Navistar was shutting all their plants basically in the late 80s and early 90s. So a lot of people from Fort Wayne came to the Springfield plant. So they negotiated a deal. The union up there negotiated a deal. Didn't involve any of the other unions from any other plants, which kind of sucked. But they had it set up that they're like, we can't hire everybody. So we're going to have to, after so many months, we got to cut some, the bottom people off. And where I had got hired in '84, I made like the first two cutoffs. Then I got cut off eventually, and then I ended up moving to Springfield, going to a place called William Bailey's, where I ended up being a welder fitter. And then while I was still on my 90-day probation, they made me a lead man because of all the stuff I was able to do, from being a die setter and die maker and a millwright. They're like, you need to be the lead man. And that was a union shop. That was iron workers. And man, did I go through a bunch of crap with that, because prior to me, anybody that made a lead man there had at least 10 years in William Bailey before they made him a lead man. So I'm still on probation, and they made me one. I had all these guys trying to give me a hard time, and I ended up winning them over eventually. And I was there for 4 years until I was able to get hired back at Navistar. but they couldn't hire me in as union because I'd been knocked off the list. So they hired me in, and all this time in between getting hired back with them in '97, I had went to school for management, and I'm a certified ISO 9000 auditor. So I had all this stuff. So they brought me in there and they hired me as a supervisor, and I ended up being my dad's boss, which was funny. Because I remember my first day there, my dad was an electrician there in trucks, and he had a golf cart with a laptop on it and a big extension plug, computer plug. So he would just pull up to the trucks that needed programmed or were having issues, and the guy whoever was working on that truck would come over and grab the plug and plug it into the truck's computer, and my dad would sit there and reprogram it or do whatever he needed to do. And so he come by, and he wasn't wearing safety glasses, and the guy who hired me was standing there and looked at me, and I flagged him over. I'm like, "Hey, Dad, come here." And he goes, "What?" He come over. I said, "Hey, you gotta put the safety glasses on." He just looked at me. I said, "Dad, safety glasses, that's rules." And there was another guy sitting there and goes, "Oh," well, he said some choice words. He's like, basically what he says, "Wow, if he's that way with his old man, we're all screwed." But it worked out. Leveling beam. Greasy, this is actually a piece of extruded aluminum that we used to use. I have a few feet of this, and it's level. So I cut a couple different sizes, and that's what I use. The main thing is it's got to be level. You can't have any dings in it or warpage, or it defeats the purpose. Alright, so I don't want to go down too farther. So we got 100%. I mean, this right here I can't do too much with. See, there's even, I've never done it, but I've seen guys put solder in these little and I'm thinking, solder's soft. How's that going to work out? So he doesn't want the frets replaced. I don't want to take it down too far, so I'm just going to kind of dress them a little bit. But I'm hitting all of it, and I always like to run it on the edge a little bit on an angle. Because I told him, I said, "Well, if you want, I'll just refret the whole thing." He said, No. So okay, so we got the pieces. We got shiny everywhere. So we're good. We're level. Now what I'm going to do, yeah, I've seen guys do that, Blue. They actually soldered in those slots, then filed them down. I'm like, how could that even, solder is soft. But I've seen them do it. I've never done it. I kind of refuse to do it, but I told him, I said, "I'll just put new frets in it for you tonight." No. I'm like, "Well, how about just those 2 or 3? Nope. So you kind of got to do what the guy wants. I mean, it's their guitar. That's like when I do paint jobs for people. You know, they come in. A lot of times it's like, "Hey, I have this idea. Can we work from this?" But there are times where they come in, they're like, "No, I want this." It's like, "Well, what? Nope, I want this. Just this. Nothing else." So you can't argue with them. It's like, "Oh, it's your guitar." So even though I told them, I said, it's not going to look right, but All right, so now I had this from StewMac, the mini Z file, 300 grit, not the 150, 300, which is good. I use this a lot when I got it when they first come out. But the one I really think is better is right here. If I can get it out of here. Music Nomad. Their S file. You got narrow, medium, and then over here you got wide. So it's narrow, medium on this side, or wide on this side. It's diamond coated, just like the StewMac is. But if you can look in there real close, the very top ridge doesn't have any. So you get that fine line. So. There you go. There's the line. So anyhow, that's what I did at Navistar, International Navistar, and that's why I have so many cuts and had so many surgeries on my hands because of that place. Which is another reason why I can't play just like I used to. And it sucked because I know what to do. I've done it. I just can't do it anymore. Yeah, Peggy, I told that guy we don't need to do candy apple on his bass, especially if he's going to play it live. Well, he didn't listen. You know, I think, wait a minute, I may have the photo of the damage he did to that. Wait a minute. Yeah, yeah. How well you can. Come on. You see it right there? Right on the top horn, right in front. And I said, if I touch it up, it's going to look worse than that. You got a story to tell now. He wouldn't listen. It might work with a nylon, but this is a nylon. I just never tried it. I don't trust it. I don't see how it could work. But I've seen guys do it, and I'm like, wow, that's different. There's that little line. So, and it looks wider at some point. So if you look at it this way, you can see the little line here. But yeah, he, I offered just to even just change those three, and he's like, nope, don't want it messed with. Like, okay. I do have a lot of StewMac tools that I've bought over the years, and they are good, and you can't beat the warranty. But man, they're so freaking expensive now. And Music Nomad has stepped up their game big time. So, but like I was saying, here's an example. You know, Music Nomad has that that file gauge set, nut file gauge set, and you have, usually 9 through 42. Well, if you have a 46, you don't have a file for it. If you have a 10 on the high E, you don't have a file for it. Then you got to buy those extra. And if you want to buy all of them, it's like $300. To me, that's ridiculous. Right here. These work fine. You got the sizes. You got all of them. And this is just a tip cleaning for torches. This is anywhere from $5 to $10, depending on where you get it. It works fine. They're straight. You get it. Or worse comes to worse, you can actually use the string you're going to use, especially when the nut's plastic, and just use an old string and you got the exact size you need. So there's no need to spend $300 for nut files. And I say that after I had a set, and I did have a set, but they got stolen. I didn't have the whole set. I had the 9 through 42s, then I had a 10 and a 46. And after they got stolen, I just started using those. And that's all I've used ever since. So yeah, it's, but as far as parts go, anything. It doesn't matter what it is. Because I have no idea what's going to come across this bench. How old, how new, how beat up, or how fine. I just never know. If RJZ was still here, he's probably gone. I don't know if Laz is doing a show tonight. He usually sends me an invite about 5 minutes before it happens. Sometimes half hour before, but usually it's 5 minutes. And so I didn't want to go where I'd be, overlapping on him. So I will probably, like I said, I will do Monday nights. I was going to, I would have been here this past Monday night had I not been sick. So Monday nights is a thing for me. The only Monday night that I will not be here, that I can tell you for sure now, is football season if the Steelers play on Monday Night Football. So if Steelers are on a Monday night, then you just know there's no show that Monday. But I figured I'll do Thursdays earlier like this. Yeah, 3 hours before Laz's show. And then, so that'll give me two nights a week on here for you guys. As far as working on the bench, because I really did enjoy it doing it on Johnny's show, but I understand his point. It was pretty much every show became a workbench show, and I know he didn't want that, so. So I'll be on there as long as he keeps sending me the link. Like I said, I enjoy it. I like it. I like Johnny. I like Laz, like Alex, like Octo. I just enjoy it, man. It's good to come across like-minded people. Another thing with this Music Nomad one, this S file, it does not take long. It really doesn't. See, I even have a cutout place in here for it, so I know right where it goes. If it's missing, I know what's missing. So I know Johnny and I disagree on a lot of stuff, but he'll never get me to agree that a dirty bench is better. Never. Never, never, never. I knew that was out there. Alright, so now I need to get my narrow, which is right here. And this is what, 1500? See, this is what Mr. Mick's talking about, why he wanted, because on this style, you have to pull this out to swap everything over, and it takes time. I admit that. Because you got to do it like that. I'm trying to see what size this is. What grit? 5,000. So you got to take it out like that, and you got to roll the new piece, put it in there. Where this one, these will already be in there. That was too short. And you just basically, you can glue those together, and the paper, you can slide the paper in this way and get it right in the slot. So it's quicker. Yeah, and there's nothing, you know, to have the space you need is a good thing. See, I don't need these now. Don't need this now. Don't need these yet. And you come down here. These go in this drawer. Like I said, I got the cutouts and everything, so if something is missing, I know what is missing. Like right now, these wire cutters. I got my left-handed drill bits here. Right there. They help with getting broken screws and stuff out. So the only reason I started making these longer, as you can see right here, is because this is what sucks. Here's the paper I buy. Okay? And I gotta cut it for these. Where these, now, I don't have to. So that saves time. So let's jump down here to, let's go with 800. We're going to start with 800. Then we're going to jump up to the best way to do this is to try to cut them all at once. 800, 1200. Then we're going to come over here to 2000. And unfortunately, that's the only one I have narrow, so I can't reload them. Then we're going to come up here to 3000. Then 7. And then 10,000 grit. So there you go. Yeah, so you get these and you got to cut it all, and it's just a pain. But with the new ones, you don't have to do that. This is, let's see, it's wide. I can't. I have is wide. There's narrow, medium. That's wide. Because most of my frets are wide, or, the big jumbo. The only guitar I have is narrow is the my dad's Les Paul Jr., 59 Les Paul Jr. Alright, so now I have to. You can't cut all, it'd be nice if you could cut all of them at one time, but you can't. So we'll cut them and split them in half. Not to mention it plays havoc on your scissors. What happens is you end up with about this approximately an inch strip that, unless you're polishing bolts, this just ends up being wasted, and I don't like to waste stuff. No need for it. Because what, 4 of them would be a sheet of paper, or one of these sheets. So yeah, so this is what gets old with the old style. And Mr. Mick, I'll send you those other two I have right now in wide. And then what I'll do is, once I get that problem solved, so it's printing correctly, I'll also send you 3 wide in this version. So, and then all you do, roll this up. Yeah, that's absolutely right, man. You just spend more time looking for stuff, and then before you know it, 2 hours is gone and you don't have anything done because you couldn't find tools or parts. And I'm not saying just Johnny. My dad was like that. And I grew up learning, don't do this because this is what happens. Sometimes you need something done real fast, and if I have to sit here and spend more than if I have an hour to do something and it's going to take me 30 minutes to do it, and I got to spend 45 minutes looking for everything, I'm already lost behind. It just, there's no need for it, I should say. Maybe that's what I'm trying to come up with. There's no need to do that. I used to get on my dad and say, "Oh, Dad, you're just lazy," which he never was. But I always tried to figure that would irk him to where he would want to change. But the change was me. Well, organize the tools then, son. And it would last for 1 or 2 repairs or paint jobs or motor rebuilds. Then it was right back to a mess again. Maybe he did that on purpose, just he didn't have to worry about it because he knew I did. I don't know. But what it did instill in me is not to have stuff just shambles. You have to have the stuff set up. You have to have it ready to go. You get what you got to do, get it done, and on to the next. It's not, well, it's not hard. Just takes, a little bit of time, especially, I'll just use Johnny for an example. Johnny's bench is going to take a little bit, not Johnny Bench. Johnny's bench is going to take a little time to get it organized at first because it is so disorganized. But once he gets it organized, it won't be hard to keep it that way. You take something out, you put it right back when you're done with it. Simple. Trying to see so you guys can see what I'm doing here. This is 800. Oops, sorry. This is 800 grit. I didn't want to do that. But, all right. So when you have a heavier grit like this, you can do a lot more frets with the one section. When you get into the like 3,000 on up, you just get a few frets done with each one. Then you got to go back to it. Well, and I know they say geniuses are very unorganized. RJ, I know that. Maybe I just need to use the medium. Yeah, probably just the medium. Let me see if that one fits better. Oh yeah, medium fits a lot better. Okay, give me a second here, guys. I just figured these would be narrow, but no, I mean, there's just something to, well, you just said it, but it may not be organized, but you know where stuff is. Unfortunately, most people don't have that. Most people, they don't know where it is, and that's why they're having so much issues. And again, I'm not picking on Johnny. Let's go with the medium. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not picking on him. I'm just using him for an example because we've all seen his bench, and you've seen him looking for stuff or putting something down. And then 5 minutes later, where'd it go? And my dad did the same thing. I just had it. It was just here. I couldn't even tell you how many times I heard that in my life. It was just here a minute ago. I just had it. What happened to it? So, yeah, it's just, I mean, to each his own. You can't make somebody do something. All you can do is show them the reasoning behind it. But once you do have it organized, like I said, it's easier to keep it organized. Believe me, I spent more time organizing my dad's toolboxes than he did using the tools. It just happens. Yeah. Medium, not narrow. That's better. Narrow kept wanting to slide off. And then I'm going to before I do the final polish with this sandpaper, I'm going to treat the board because it does need it big time. But you can kind of see the benefit of these, you don't see me with the flitz polish or any kind of metal polish or the whole board covering everything. And I'm not using the wool and the Dremel tool and throwing crap all over the place. Hold on, let me get this. And yeah, since I might have more mediums though. That might work. Or do I? Wide, 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 wide. I think I have, like I said, almost all my guitars are wide. Yeah, these are all wide. So I had one medium and one narrow, and they're right here. Yeah, but once you get it organized, and then it's easy to have it organized. I've begged Johnny. I said, man, just do a whole show just cleaning your bench. And then he did his show about cleaning the bench, and I watched it, and he didn't clean the bench. So, then again, you can't make somebody do something. But I think if he would just do it and find out how much nicer it would be, he would end up keeping it that way. Billy, hello, Billy. Oh yeah, the acoustic from the Devil's Blueprint. It is acoustic time. I can work on them, Alex. I've done them. I've done neck reset, replaced fretboards, glued backs on. Wow, look at this. Yeah, it's taken care of. Thank God I got the gloves on. I mean, if I have to work on acoustic, I will. I don't like it. Oh, hon, the whole guitar looked like that. Billy Ray gave Dane his set of these. I have yet to see Dane use them. And this is another thing, once you use this, you're like, I'm never going back to the actual liquid polish or paste polish and a Dremel tool or hand by hand again, ever. Now there's still some dots there, but they're not near as deep as they were. So, and these are shaped to the shape of the fret. So if you hold it straight and you got the right size, it basically covers the whole fret and doesn't mess with the fretboard. Now I didn't design these, the original versions. I've been modifying them, but I didn't design them. And again, this is only 800. Next will be 1200. Then 2000. Then 3000. 7,000. Then 10,000. And before I do the 7 and 10,000, I will treat the fretboard. Well, I saw Dane do that the other day. I don't know if it was a newer video or one of his older videos, because I did like 2 days of bin watching. And Dane now has a buffing wheel. But what shocked me is he had a maple neck Strat, and he did the frets with that, but didn't cover the frets, because he was getting the polish all over the fretboard. And I thought, oh man, that's gonna, but it wiped right off. So you can see the benefit of, like, this is medium. So having 4 of these in medium size with a different grist, then it's a lot quicker. Which is what Mr. Mick is wanting. Billy, did you arrest anybody tonight so far? Well, evening for you. No, sir. I'm no sir. I am no sir. I'm just an Italiano guy. Don Julio. Didn't say I'd stop cussing in Italian. I keep saying I really would, and everybody thinks I'm joking. I would love to spend a week at Zim's Guitars and work on guitars with Dane or for Dane for an entire week. It'd be like a, what they call it, a workcation. I would love to do that. Oh, I would freaking love that. That would be that I honestly would look at that as a vacation. Just stay there for a whole week and just meet Billy in person and Rock Daddy and McKnight and in person. And then just sit there and work on guitars for Dane. not charge him a penny. Just do it. Film some videos and just so I could say I've been there. And it'd be fun being that close to see if Laz and Johnny would drive over, and Alex. Okay, now we're back to swapping paper again. That would be really cool. Have someone order pizza for Zims. All right, let's go with 1200. Although I would want to come home with every Jackson guitar Dane happened to have there. That would be my problem. I could see my wife saying nope. He's there all the time, Billy. I've seen Rock Daddy's equipment. The man needs a warehouse. I thought I had a lot of amps and stuff. He's got me beat. I may have more guitars, but he's got me beat on amps. Don't need the narrow one. This one. Medium. He's got enough PA he could put on an outdoor show for about 10 bands a day. Yeah, I'd have to have Johnny and Laz and Alex and Octo all just drive over for the day or two. Laz has been to Dane's before. Johnny hasn't, and I don't think Alex and Octo have, but I know Laz has, because he actually bought a guitar off of Philip McKnight there. Oh, yeah. Old Mr. Mike. Well, Mr. Mike actually came up with the idea of what I'm going to do on this channel. It was actually his idea. And it's a good one. If you watch the intro video of the Fretworks channel, those are all my guitars or ones I worked on. And then the music is mine. And then that's me playing the green Charvel, that little couple second clip in there. And Mike put all that together for me. And he came up with a show idea. And he's actually going to be the executive producer of the show. So this is 1200. So I had 800. This is 12. Next will be 2000. Okay, RJ. Thank you. Peggy, did it go through? Because I know I had somebody a couple weeks ago try, and for some reason it wasn't working. Peggy, if you would, can you type my actual address in there so they can copy it just in case? I need the Cran Grape Ocean Spray. a lot of ice. I like a lot of ice in my drink. Now, yeah, I know Peggy's got my address because I've got a lot of emails from her. And Peggy and Billy are my only two moderators. I need to cut that one a little bit. I got just a hair too long. And this is why I made the other ones longer. But I cannot for the life of me figure out why that's doing what it's doing now. Like I said, I cleared out the cache memory of the printer. I even deleted the 3D files. Oh, that's why there's two 1200 grit sandpapers in here. Yeah, I even deleted the file from the computer and went and downloaded a whole new file and went from there. I thought, oh, that's got to be it. So after I cleaned out the printer and then put a new file in, and it printed everything till it got to the end and did that again. I'm like, why? I cannot figure out why it's doing that. So I did get a hold of the printer company because I've only had it a little over a month, and they're looking into it, and I may end up getting a whole nother new printer again, but it would be under warranty. So I just don't know what happened or why it just did it. And it does on the flat surfaces. I have what is called ironing, so it smooths it out on the topmost surfaces. And now all of a sudden that's not even working right. So it's something happened within the printer, and I don't know what it is. So if I get a new printer that's, if they send me another new one, then the issue should be gone, because I got rid of the other files and downloaded brand new ones. Even when the printer, because for those of you who don't know, when you get it on there, then you do what you call a slice, where it actually goes through and comes up every layer, and then it shows you at the end if there's anything wrong, and tells you how much material it's going to use. And if you put in what you paid for the spools, it even ends up telling you how much each part, the total part, end up costing you actually to make. Total time, it's got the movements, everything. And the slice programs, they check out perfect. So it's not the program itself, it's something in the printer. And it's driving me nuts, because I got the new design where you don't have to take this roller out, you just slide the paper in. I thought, yeah. And instead of doing just one, I put the one in there, then made it longer so it would fit the regular paper, and I started printing 4 of them. I thought, that'd be 1 for me and 3 for Mr. Mick, because Mr. Mick bought some more filament for me to make them for him. And I went upstairs, let the print, and I come back down later, it was done. Because it comes up on my phone, it says printing is finished. And I go down and I picked them up, and I went to put this, and I was like, what? And then I started looking, and the very last little section is off on all 4 of them. So then I spent 3 days, 2 days, working on it, and can't get it. So finally I called them, because it's, like I said, it's only 5, I've only had it 5 weeks. So they're looking into it, and if they can't figure it out, they're just going to send me another printer and a shipping label to return this one. But what's weird is it just happened on its own overnight. Because the night before, I had printed these green ones. and they turned out fine. The next day, all of a sudden, that's messed up. So, I'll get all that all figured out and start making those other ones. I need to move this so I can see it. I need to print a stand. This is up in the air more. Put it here because I don't want to miss. No, I don't want to miss the chat because that's the name of the title. Bench, work on guitar and chat. So RJ, thank you very much, sir. I had Peggy would tell you about this one. We were on Johnny's show one night. Peggy, it'll be a year ago next month, March, that happened. We were on there, and a guy was in Johnny's show, and been in Johnny's show for quite some time. And during the show, he's typing in there that he's got all kind of stuff to donate. He was talking about black and red Seymour Duncan pickups and I don't know, it was 4 or 5 actual Floyd Roses, and then a bunch of Floyd Rose parts and CTS potentiometers in 250 and 500K and tuner. I mean, everything. Peggy will tell you. And this box was going to be, my God, he was talking like a 30-pound box. And he got my address and everything and told everybody to chat what he was sending and when he was going to do it. And I never heard from him. He sent me a text asking me about this and that. And I gave him the address. He's like, hey, look for it. I'll send you a tracking number. And he just disappeared. And I still have his message on the phone. I can tell you the exact date. I know March is a year. Yeah, he's never even been in Johnny's chat anymore or nothing on Johnny's show. But from what he was telling me, I was like, man, I'd have enough to build 50 guitars for people. Nothing. All right, that was the 1200. Now we're going with 2000. So there's only 4 left, sorry. 2,000, 3,000, 7,000, and then 10,000. I might not even do the 3,000 if this works out really good. Well, maybe, Greasy. I don't know if you use it or not, but do you use the pirate ship? Unlike Stamps.com, you don't have to join and pay a monthly fee. I mean, with Stamps.com, you get a month free. Then after that, it's, I don't know. I think when I had it last, it was like $22 a month. But Pirate Ship is free, and they're even cheaper. You just create an account with Pirate Ship, and there's no fees, no nothing. You type in the address, give the dimensions and the weight, and it just calculates the shipping. And I'll give you an example. The first couple guitars I sent to Dane. Yeah, look into it. I am dead serious on that one, Greasy. You'll save a ton of money, trust me. But I forget who told me to look. Someone told me to look into Pirate Ship because I taken the guitar. I already had it boxed up, and I took it to UPS. And I'm like, here you go. Let me know what it's going to be. And it was going to be like $149, 3-day or 5-day shipping from here to Arizona. And I walked back out. I said, no way, I can't do that. And I was telling one of my friends about it, and he's like, dude, use Pirate Ship. I'm like, what? And I went to Pirate Ship and typed in everything, the address, the weight, the dimensions, and I even put $1,000 or $999.99 with insurance on it. Because if you stay under $1,000, it's only, I forget what it is, just a set amount. And it ended up going from 147, almost, well, I have tax and all, it's probably $149 at UPS. And I shipped it through Pirate Ship to UPS, insured $53. Yeah, there you go. Pirate Ship, greasy, seriously. I got Laz on it. Laz started saving all kind of money because he was paying big dollars to ship stuff. Yeah, like a $90 difference, 80-some $90 difference. It's simple, Billy. Just go to pirateship.com, create an account. It doesn't cost you a dime. There's no monthly fee, no nothing. And then all you do is go to print shipping label or create label, and it'll ask you where you're sending it to, then where you're sending it from. Then it asks you the dimensions of the box and the weight. And then it'll sell it like the last thing I'd sent to Laz, his brother's guitar. Laz paid for it, but it was under $60, and that was including the guitar, some of the extra parts, and it was kind of heavy. That guitar was heavy, and so what happens is you go through. I did UPS, and like I said, it was under $60, where it says you can go USPS for X amount more. So if you just go through Pirate Ship, you get it cheaper than you can get it if you went to the post office. Definitely cheaper than if you go to UPS. So it's just pirateship.com. These frets will look a lot better than they were. Michael B. Yeah, I did the stamps.com for maybe it was the first guitar to Dane. Then it was after that I did the Pirate Ship, because Pirate Ship was even better than stamps.com, about $10 cheaper. So yeah, definitely go to Pirate Ship. I recommend. I'm not affiliated with them at all, but I'm all about trying to save people money and save myself money. Yeah, you're right, Mike. I did use stamps the first shipment, but I ended up trading Dane, I think, 5 different guitars. So, and the funny part was, we used the same box. So I sent him a guitar in a box. He sent the one back in a box. Then a couple weeks later, we traded another trade. So I used it. So that box was from Ohio to Arizona, 5 trips total. So that's what, 10 times across country, till finally we had to retire the box, because by that time it was all falling apart. Yeah, Billy, you could ship that guitar here for probably, well, if you don't insure it, $50 insured, probably under 55 insured. Oh yeah, that box had, I don't know how many miles on it. I think Dane's like 2,200 miles from me. So it was 5 trips from Ohio to Arizona, and that's like 10 trips each way, or one way. It was a good box. I got to hand it that. It went down a trooper. Look how much better those look now. This is only the 2000 grit. $90 through how did you do it? Yeah, if you go pirate ship, that's going to run you about $50. And again, it's free. And the account's free. There's no monthly bill. But yeah, Michael B's right. I did use stamps.com for the first one. I didn't know. I'd never heard of pirate ship. UPS store. There you go. Save yourself $40 on the next one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they do it, but it's like you print the shipping label out, and you just walk in. Like you take it to the UPS store, they just scan it and hand you the receipt, the drop-off receipt, and then they take it. That's it. I don't know. I don't know if he does or not, Billy. I think his son used to work for UPS, so I think he gets a good rate anyhow. But I seem to remember him saying about something about his son, either. Well, I don't know if he works at the store full time now or not, but I thought he said before his son had worked at UPS, so I'm sure he gets a better rate. Matter of fact, you can even schedule a pickup if you wanted to. But Alex gets good rates through UPS because of the business. I'm sure it's like anything. If you had a business and they were picking stuff up at your place or dropping stuff off every day, I'm sure you get a better rate. Yeah, pirate ship is all I use now. Like I said, I did use, well, like Michael B said, I did use stamps.com because I kept trying to get Johnny to use it too, because that's when he was giving away something every show. And I know it was getting expensive for him. And I said, man, get stamps.com. But then after I was told about pirate ship and found that out, I've never went back to stamps.com. Like I said, I don't know how they do it, but they do it. And I think you get an automatic $100 insurance with it, but you can buy more. but it doesn't. I mean, it's like $1. Like everything I shipped out, guitar wise, well, let's see. I don't know if I may have used stamps.com when I shipped your Kramer back to you. Or we may have, I don't remember, Mike, but I don't remember exactly. But everything that I shipped back or shipped, if I ship from here, I always insure for $999.99. Cool. There you go. RJ's got the. I said I didn't know how they do it, but they sure do it. If you're I'm putting 3,000 grit in here now. Yeah, I don't work on acoustic. I don't work on acoustic that much anymore, but when I was, like I said, when I was working with the luthier, we focused a lot on acoustics. I mean, electric's a lot easier to work on. That's why you see a lot of guys. What's his name? I follow his channel. He is a master at acoustics. Anything acoustic, guitars, ukuleles, you name it. Rosa Stringworks. That guy is he doesn't do very many electrics. He does all acoustics. And he's got a bluegrass band. He's got entire, and I do mean an entire shop full of major equipment. And it's Rosa Stringworks. I think he's in Tennessee or Kentucky. But he does beautiful. He rebuilds he did one Gibson from the 30s that he had to take front and back of it off. I was like, man, oh man. Then he made a new neck for a guy once in an acoustic and had to remove it, put the new one in it. So that's what happens is a lot of guys will pick one or the other. But to do any type of luthier course, you have to do all of it. But again, doing what I do for people wanting to learn, I mean, I have worked on some acoustics, but you know, if like this one, you know, it needed it, I'll do it. So 3,000 grit, they're looking a lot better even still. Guitar Mafia. That's like the Chrome Shop Mafia. Now that my Uncle Green has passed, we can talk about it, but we couldn't when he was alive because he was in it. And my Aunt Carly, if she knew, she never said anything. Hey, searching. What's up? Yeah, it's just it's fun to work on. And like I said, if you're actually going to do a luthier training, you do everything. You may never ever work on it in your life, but in order to get certified, you got to do it. You got to work on it. But again, in today's world with the internet, YouTube, and all that kind of stuff, uh, a lot of people can do a lot of stuff on their own. What it is I know when people first get a guitar, at least it was, you know, in the 80s, people would get a guitar and the guy behind the counter selling the guitar say, no matter what you do, don't ever adjust the truss rod. Don't ever take that cover off. Or if you got one with a Floyd, you know, change one string at a time. Don't ever take all the strings off. You scared people to death. But you know, and Johnny and I have different opinions on the Floyd Rose for a beginner. He thinks that a beginner shouldn't have a Floyd Rose, should learn the guitar first, then get the Floyd. And I understand that, I see that. But I look at it as if you're eventually going to get a Floyd anyhow, get it right when you get everything and learn everything at once. Then don't have to worry about learning this, then coming back 6 months or a year later and now trying to figure this out. Get it over with, get it done. I don't know in the chat what I have in there. If, you know, I'm lucky to be able to go live. I know none of this stuff really, which is weird because I studied computers before. Computer programming years ago when it was all DOS and you had to type in all the symbols and the dots.
Searching for programming content from
Computer,
YouTube.
stop.
I found Tron the original classic
Computer.
from 1982 in the results.
Computer, stop. I'm a big fan of Star Trek, so when I say that name, it kicks on. Because I always said, you know, how cool it would be to walk in a room and go, computer. Watch it. Computer, what temperature is it outside right now?
It's 28 degrees right now with a high of 35 and low of 22 for the day.
you go. I always thought that'd be cool, just to be able to walk in and say that, and then have it say play this or do that. So when I was able to get that done, I did. But yeah, I just think if you're going to end up with a Floyd anyhow, just go ahead and get it over with. Johnny doesn't agree with that, and that's, again, that's fine. We don't all agree on everything. If we did, the world would be a boring place. That's just like I don't have any of my Floyds that are decked like Eddie did, because in my eyes, that's only using half the Floyd. It was designed to be floating and pull back, slam down and pull back. So if you have it decked, you can't pull back on it, then you're only using half of it. You'd be surprised the people that's argued that with me. Oh, no, that's it. Because Eddie did it that way. That's got to be the right way. Look at Dime. Dime didn't do that, and Eddie was one of his idols. Eddie and Ace. I mean, my God, Eddie gave him the bumblebee in his casket. But I mean, I got my first Floyd Rose in '85, and I've been working on them ever since. So I got 41 years working with Floyd Roses now. So what some people call the the little quirks with the Floyd and all the extra hassle and trouble. To me, it's not a hassle or trouble. And now, after 41 years, it's so natural, it's unbelievable. But even when I was learning it, I didn't look at it as a hassle. It was something I wanted to figure out to work. That's one thing when people do come here to play, or they come and drop off guitars, they always want to, they look at everything on the wall and they're like, wow, can I try this? And they're all able to be tried except for the Sandoval. Nobody plays that. Not even me. But they're like, man, they're all in tune. They're always in tune. I said, yeah. Why have a guitar that's not in tune? Why try to play a guitar that's not in tune? Tune it. Plus, the first guitar player that we had opposite me in the band, the way he played, with a Floyd, instead of like everybody else, he played like this. And constantly moving. He would oil the fine tuners so you could barely touch them and they'd move. So he'd sit there and play like this, and by the time, 10 seconds into the song, he's out of tune. And then he would get mad because he was out of tune. He would tune it a couple times, and then he'd get mad. He's like, screw it. Good enough. No, that drives me crazy. That's why I cannot stand an out-of-tune guitar anymore. It's not good enough. It's either in tune or it's not. There's no good enough. It's like, no, she's a little pregnant. Yeah, she either is or she isn't. The guitar is either in tune or it's not in tune. There's no, well, it might work. understand, Greasy. Oh, that's right. You're a Trekkie like I am. You know, if you download the Pluto app, they have the original series 24/7 now. Although they do throw in the Starfleet Academy, the show. They'll do 1 or 2 episodes of that. Then it goes back to before it was the original and then the Next Generation. But because the original was only 3 episodes or 3 seasons, and Next Generation was 7, they ended up taking the Next Generation off, so now it's just all original. But all of the shows, there's Deep Space Nine, Voyager, they all have their own channel on there now. This is the 7000 grit, and you can see. So after I do this, I'm going to treat the board. Yeah, I'm not into that either. But yeah, the original series, I think this month is when or January is when they stopped showing the Next Generation on that channel. So now it's just all the original series. 24/7, man. You can't beat it. Oh, Captain Kirk was the best. He'd fight the battle and take their women. What's the first thing Picard did? I surrender the ship. I don't know, Alex. I never heard from. Usually he sends me a text during the day saying he's going to do a show tonight or something, but I never got anything from him today. One of my favorite episodes, Greasy, and it's because the acting of the special guest, and I can't for the life of me think of the name of the guy now, but it was the oh my God, now what was the name of the show? The one that looked like the big cornucopia, the Planet Eater, the guy who played Decker. Commodore Decker, in charge of the other ship that got destroyed. I can't think of that actor's name. He played that part to the best. Doomsday Machine. Yep, that's it. Matt Decker. Whoever that actor, I can't remember his name, but that was some of the best acting I've ever seen. It may have been. The emotion he put in, about beaming his crew down to the planet, and he's like, the planet's not there. He's like, don't you think I know that? The Trouble with Tribbles and City on the Edge of Forever are always listed as the 2 top episodes. But I think the Doomsday Machine should be mentioned in that. Oh, I beamed him on a Klingon ship to the engine room. Oh, it was no trouble at all. Yeah, I saw that. They found it in a yard somewhere. Galileo 7. In the 70s, there was a guy here in town that had a van, a silver or gray silver van, and he had it painted just like the Galileo 7. He was a big Trekkie guy too. And every time he would park it uptown on the loop, you would hear the guys on the CB saying the FCC was in town. They thought it was the FCC. That was like, in the height of the CB era. Make sure you guys use your call letters. FCC's at the end of town. I still remember ours. My God, that's my memory. 1975, my dad got our first CB in one of the station wagons, and our call letters was KTL 023, I think. That was it. The family, I got people in the family call me up all the time. Hey, who said this when, and what did they say, or what joke did my grandfather tell 45 years ago? I always get that call from the family. The family. All right, let's go with the... I still like this feed and whack stuff. Yeah, it had the red stripe on it, said Galileo 7 on the side, and had the call letters. And everybody's like, "Oh my God, the FCC is in town." So if those of you who tuned in late, I didn't ask for it. I said you didn't have to, but he insisted. As payment for me to do this guitar for this guy, he's giving me a Kramer Beretta Special, the blue metallic one. I told him he didn't have to. He's like, no, I don't expect you to do all this for free. Because I was thinking, well, I can do a content. It's content for a show. So tomorrow when he picks this up, I'll have a Kramer Beretta Special, blue metallic, show on Friday night show, which will, I'll do something with it. If I remember correctly, there's nothing wrong with it. I know at one time he asked me about putting a Floyd in it about a year ago, but he never brought it down for that. And I seem to remember him having a couple decals on it, but nothing that can't be taken off. But I don't think it was. I don't think there's any dents or anything to it. At least not last time I saw it. No. So I'll end up doing some kind of custom paint job on that. This is water, by the way, not root beer. I just use the can. So, does that fretboard look a lot better than it did? I still have to do it with the 10,000 grit yet, so. But I wanted to go over it with this first. Actually, I'll do this. I'll go over it again with the 7,000. Yeah, it. Han, or Han, sorry. MPN in here has one that I did a Cosmo paint job to, and it was one of the white ones, and it's heavy. The blue one is light, And then I did one for CC, which you may not know who that is, but I did a Van Halen inspired one for CC Beretta Special that was also white, and they were both extremely heavy. That one and MPNs, but the blue ones aren't. Yes, this is still the one he's given me is still all stock. It's still got the original pickup in it and the original trim. And what I'll do is I will route it out for a Floyd. I'll eventually, I'll put a Floyd on it. And then after it's all, well, before I install the Floyd, I will do a paint job on it. I can show you. A photo. MPN's right there. I can show you a photo of the one I did for him, and it's funny because it grew into. I painted it like the Cosmos. Okay, I paint it like the Cosmos, so I end up calling it the Cosmo Kramer. MPN's Kramer eyes. So here's the two professional shots of it. I don't know how well you can see with that light. That's the front. I use automotive paint and automotive clear urethane. It's Auto HQ Car Show Wet Gloss. And then here's the back of it. So we called it the Cosmo Kramer. And I did route it out. I routed it all out, mounted the Floyd in it. I do pretty much anything. There's really not that much that I can't do to a guitar. Thank you, Searching for Time. That's what I do, custom paint jobs for people all the time. Like I said, the paint jobs I charge for when it comes to repairing stuff. Like I said, the whole thing before, doing it for people to get them can't afford it. I don't charge for that stuff. This is the 7000 again, just a real quick dusting with that. Well, Michael B., yes, I will be painting again as soon as weather permits. My mother sold my dad's 68 GT Mustang that was in my garage. So I now have that space, and since I more or less inherited his IROC, I put the IROC up on the dollies, and I got it covered and got it put up against the wall. So I got a lot more space in the garage now because it's a 3.5 car garage. And I took where the 68 Mustang sat for the last 40 some years. I have turned that into a work area, workshop. I got those hexagon lights on the ceiling now and everything, all that stuff. So, and I bought a portable paint booth that I can actually set up, and I have room now to leave it up with a filter system and everything. So as soon as the temperature gets, I have a heater in there. So if it gets 50 plus outside, I can get the heater in there to get it up to 65, 70 and be able to do it. So I'm going to say probably by the end of March, I'll be back to painting again. Now, if the store would have built the paint room section for me like they were supposed to, I could have painted nonstop all year long. But I am doing all the custom paint for the stores too on their own personal brand of guitar they're coming out with. First one's going to be stained. He wants it stained. So it's going to be a tricolor stain in a wild pattern that he came up with. And I get a phone call one day. He's like, "Hey, wait a minute. You got time to talk?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "All right, I got this idea." He said, "I'm getting everything ordered that I need to build the guitar." And it's like, I mean, I don't know what these guitars are probably going to end up selling for, like $5,000. But he's like, "Can you do this kind of?" And at first, I thought he meant paint job. I said, "Sure." He's like, "Well, how about a stain? Because it's going to have a real exotic flame maple top." And so we're doing a tricolor stain, but there's a certain pattern he wants. He wasn't sure if it was possible, and it is. And that's what he's like. He's like, "Man, if they just would have put the paint booth in here like they were supposed to." So but I did, for Han and searching. I did one for Alex in here. I did his Jackson Kelly. I did 2 for Johnny, including the Kramer Beretta Hollow Flash. I've done 2 for MPN. I got one I'm doing for Rich. And that's actually got to be, Rich's has to be the first one. And then I've got one I'm doing for Dane. Dane sent me a guitar just at the end of the paint period. And it was like all of a sudden winter started the next weekend severely, and it hasn't let up. So Dane sent me a Schecter, and he's like, "I want it custom painted." I'm like, "Okay, what do you want?" He goes, "It's up to you." He left it free reign for me to come up with whatever I wanted. So I have that one, and I have to do Rich's first, then Dane's, and then we'll go from there, whatever shows up in order they show up. But with sadly, she sold the Mustang. I mean, that car, it's been sitting in that garage since 1978. So what, 46 years, 47 years? '68 GT convertible. And the funny part about it is it was actually supposed to be my car. That was supposed to be my first car because I worked at the place that had it for sale. And I used to drive it around because it had a 302 4-barrel with headers. And if you guys remember the cherry bomb mufflers. So here I was, 14 years old, and I was working at the place, and the guy was taking half my paycheck to pay for that car. Well, I couldn't own it at 14, so my dad had to take it. And then after we got it home, I don't know what he did, but he found out what it was worth. And he comes to me one day, he goes, "Hey," he goes, "you still like those 70 Chevelles, right? Like your Uncle Kenny's?" I said, "Well, yeah." He goes, okay, so get this. This was 1979. He goes, I'll find you a 70 Chevelle. I'll buy it, and I'll give it to you, and I keep the Mustang. I'm like, okay, because then I was getting the free car. So I ended up with 470 Chevelles at one time. Now I have none. SS 454 LS6, red with black stripes, black interior, 4-speed. SS 396, 4-speed. It was white with flames. And I had a green one. And then a gold one. Now I have none. So, but as far as painting, I'll paint. I don't care. I've been painting. My dad, when I was little, he had 2 body shops. So I grew up painting cars and car parts. So it doesn't bother me to, but I do use car paint and clear because it lasts better. Oh, a little bit rough on the edges. I swear I don't know how he played this. Tuner's loose in the body. Pegs loose as can be. So I got all kind of photos. I think I did what I ended up doing last year, 12 guitars, 12 paint jobs last year total. Oh, you won't be doing this? Okay. There you go, Alex. He's not doing one tonight. All right. Well, if that's the case, then I'll go longer. Yeah, I might even be painting the guitar giveaway for Laz. Rich is the one I'm doing for Rich is pretty cool because it's a Strat, but we're doing it white polka dots, red body. And if you've ever been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, there's a Buddy Guy one in there that looks like that. And I was had the honor of being at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with Rich and his wife. And we were walking through and saw it. He's like, "Can you do that?" I'm like, "Yeah." So that's what I'm doing. And the funny part is, like on my Sandoval, all the dots are in perfect line. And on this particular one in the Hall of Fame, they're not perfectly in grid. It's just like someone put the dot stickers on there, the template to paint over. And I asked him, I said, "Do you want them, in line, or you want them like that one?" He's like, he wants them like the one at the Hall of Fame. So it's definitely a little on the unique side. And his guitar has actually been here the longest. So I gotta get it done. Plus I'm looking forward to having photos of it, completed, be able to advertise. But if you go on Facebook and look up Relic and Roll guitars, that's a lot of the ones I painted are on there. My daughter actually set that up for me. So Relic and Roll Guitars is me, and she did all the setting up and everything for me. But I can't. If I think there's a place to email me in there, but I can't get it for the email to work. So. That's why I put my email, on here and then on when I'm on Johnny's show too. But Michael B, if you want it done, no problem. We can do it. We know the Kramer paint isn't very thick on that. Sadly. Okay, I don't like that he wouldn't let me change these frets, these three. But, like I said, it's his guitar. That was the emerald green. His Mustang was emerald green with the 2 black stripes up the hood and down the trunk. Then it had the black stripe going around the side. It's GT wheels, everything. It actually was a 68 GT convertible with a black top and black deluxe pony interior. 4-speed, 302 4-speed. Had 57,000 miles on it. So yeah, as soon as weather permitting, because if I can figure out, I could get some kind of infrared. If I could make like an oven, say for lack of a better word, if I could make an oven that I could hang a couple guitar bodies in with infrared heat, that would help a lot too. You can see the worn down spots. They're all right there. Cowboy cord system. Yeah, they were going to put a paint booth. They had 3 rooms at the store that were right next to each other. 2 fairly decent sized rooms. I'm going to say 12 by 15, and then the end room was about 6 by 15. And what I told them, I said, okay, they said I could have all 3 rooms. I said, fine. The first big room will be tear down and prep, then to the paint, and then the middle room will be assembly, buffing and assembly. And it was all a go until they found out it was going to be $30,000 just to do the 15 by 6 by 15, whatever, the paint, just for the filter system, because they were going to go with a water filter system with the fans behind the water. So in other words, or the fans blowing into the water. So you spray, and it's like a little waterfall, and all the paint fumes go into the water. But they didn't want to come off the 30 grand to do that, so that got put on hold. Unfortunately, I do not have acoustic strings. I'll have to get a set tomorrow. So what I can do is put a nice coat of wax on the guitar. This rag is clean. This one's got this stuff. Laz will attest to this. This stuff is great. A lot of people use the oil, Dunlop or the F1 oil. This stuff here is actually made for wood treating, waxing, and treating it. So, Laz, you know it. Howard's feed and wax. Plus, it's kind of got an orange smell to it. Smells really nice. So that's on this rag. Don't want to use that. Don't need these now. So get these out of here so they don't run against the guitar. Oh, I want to show you something else I made too. 3D printing is great. So I got a bunch of guitar straps. And right now, I mean, we're talking 20, 30 maybe, I don't know. And right now they're all just draped over an empty guitar stand. And I got a lot of space on the back wall here. Not big enough to hang guitars, but there's 2 areas I can hang something. So I made these. All I gotta do is screw them in, just drill 2 holes, countersink 2 holes, drill into a board, mount the board on the wall, and these are all, it's universal, but it's for like Schaller and Dunlop locks, and I can hang all my straps up. 3D printing is freaking cool, everybody. So, all right. Had a 302 in it with factory Holly 4-barrel. Had Hedman headers and 2 old school cherry bomb mufflers with 2 straight pipes or pipes right out the back with the cherry bombs on them. Thing had the most killer sound. And I would drive it around the lot when I worked there, when I was actually working to pay for it. On my lunch break, I was out in it, revving it up, driving it around the lot, and never taking it out of first gear. And I remember Bob's like, well, and I tell you who I bought it off of. You can even look him up online, because when I turned 18, I drove super gas for him for a while, and I built a few of his motors for his cars. Look up Bob Bond, like James Bond, but Bob Bond from Shady Side, Ohio. He passed away a while ago now. But he had, at one time, he had the biggest NHRA drag team privately owned. He had 13 cars. From alcohol funny car down to super stock. I drove not pro stock. I drove super gas. 990. He had a Honda shop, and he would people would trade in cars on motorcycles. So he had a little used car lot there. He had a rod shop. He started driving Dodges for the rod shop. Well, actually, I take that back. Actually, he started in the 50s, because he graduated high school in like 1945. He started drag racing motorcycles in the 50s. And then he got into cars. And then in the late 60s, he ended up driving for a Dodge for the rod shop. The Hemi Chargers and all that. And then he ended up just getting his own team, which was And somehow he convinced Honda Motorcycles to be his number one sponsor. So all the cars, they were all black and yellow, and it was Bob Bond Honda, but he's in there. Uh, I drove at the Gator Nationals. I drove at the Indy Nationals. I drove at Spring Nationals. Maple Grove. That's why I ended up with all my Chevelles. Because here's the stupidity of a young me. The one Chevelle that was worth the most is the one that got cut out and tubbed and tubed and everything for a drag car, which was the 70 LS6 454. Those right now, if you have one original, are going across Meekum anywhere from 125,000 on up. And mine had, I think, 46,000 miles on it. Completely original 70 LS6, red with black interior, 4-speed, 454 with advertised 450 horsepower, but it actually had closer to 500 from the factory. And I ended up gutting it and putting in steel or aluminum tubs, welding in roll bars, cut the door panels up, and had the SS top of them, and then from that one section down was polished aluminum like a mirror. So the one that was worth the most money is the one I ended up destroying. My dad never did let me forget about that. And my uncle had one, which is how I fell in love with him. He'd got it new when he came back from Vietnam in 1970, because my grandfather was a general manager at a Chevy dealership. So he told my uncle, his son, my mom's brother, he said, when you come home, because my uncle kept saying, I don't know if I'll make it home. And he had sent a picture of that car to my grandfather, his dad. And he's like, man, I would love to have this car. So my grandfather told him, he said, when you come home, it'll be waiting for you. And by God, it was. And I was 5 or 6 when he got that new. And my mother used to drive me to school in it. His was red with red interior. 4-speed LS6 454. I remember Mom taking me to kindergarten and first grade in that thing. I freaking loved it. And I was hooked on 70 Chevelles. I don't like 71 because only the 2 headlights. And I don't like the round tail lights on. I like 70 4 headlights and the rectangle tail lights. But yeah, Bob, someone traded that Mustang in at Bob's because at that time he sold brand new Hondas and Triumphs. It was late 60s, early 70s. And someone had traded that Mustang in on a Triumph. I'm pretty sure a Triumph. Because I worked, and I was, when the truck would drop off all the bikes, I was like the pre-assembly kid. Get them out of the box, get the handlebars on them, all that, then take them around to the shop in the back. And so when I saw that Mustang, I heard it. I was like, oh man, there we go. Yeah, when I was a kid, I worked there and I worked at the body shops. that Mustang sat there since 1978. He would, well, if he was still around, it would still be there. I have his obituary right there looking at me, because this is actually one of his workbenches from his garage. Well, my uncle ran a Ford dealership in LA. He used to live in Buena Park, California, which is when I went there 77, 78, when I lived there in California. I lived with my two uncles, one in Buena Park and one at Laguna Beach. That's when I saw Van Halen at the Whiskey. Yeah, I was 14. My cousin got me in. Don't ask me how she did it. I don't want to know, but one can only imagine. So I saw them playing in a bar. I didn't get to see the whole set. Saw like the last 5 songs maybe, because she had to get me in there. She was 18 or 19. God, that means she's 66 now. Yeah, so I saw Van Halen. That was right about the time they signed a record deal or something. I don't remember. But what gets me is Quiet Riot was playing down the street. I think at the Troubadour. So I could have saw Randy, but I didn't. This is a Yamaha. A Yamaha and it was trashed. Matter of fact, wow, there's still, I wonder if I can. Holy crap. Man, there's all kind of, I don't have anything to get in there with. There's all kind of stuff inside that. Yeah, I don't have the little vacuum down here. Wow. I just redid them, leveled them, crowned them, polished them. He only plays cowboy chords, apparently. So, say here I am talking about the bench being, if you have a messy bench, you can't find anything, and I misplaced the nut. Yeah, this thing was, watch the beginning of the video. There was so much crap on this fretboard. The tuners were loose. You could shake them. All 6 of them. It's a guy here in town. Him and another guy play. They play like little bars or American Legions and VFWs. The guy that owns this is the one, he just plays this and sings. The other guy has an electric, and he like does fills and solos. So here's what I'm going to take this and just clean these out just a tad. This is why I said you don't need nut files. Save yourself $300. Just get rid of any burrs on there. A little bit bigger. One for everyone. There we go. Get rid of all the burrs. $5 to $8 at a welding supply store. Or I think Walmart might even sell them now. I'm going to put just a dab. Almost. Well, that ain't no good, Lewis. You gotta watch it, man. And hold it down for a second. There we go. Not a very compensated back bridge. So this is basically done until I get strings. That's one thing I don't have. I don't have any acoustic strings anymore. Nope. Oh, that's, you know why? The last set I had, is that what I put on my daughter's acoustic last week? Or did she supply them? I don't remember. I remember having one set and I used them on something. So. So again, I make these if you're interested. In pretty much multiple colors. Whatever. There's that. Alright, so we're going to call this a go for this one. Well, you know what's weird, Peggy, is it printed this one, the yellow one, and the purple one outright. And then I had a little bit of blue. This isn't the blue from you, MPN. This I had like enough to do one. So I did the blue one. And well, you can see on I didn't put it on the purple one yet. You can see that bass. How nice and smooth that bass is. This one was the first one. The yellow one was the second one, and the bass and everything looked just like that. I did this one, the bass was a mess. That's why I put the pad cover on it. Then I thought, well, that cover kind of looks nice, so I put one on here, even though it didn't need it. And I'll probably put the purple on here, even though it doesn't need it. So this was the third one, and it messed this one up. Like here. It just random, like right there. Random stuff. I don't get it. It messes up when it wants to. Oh, the purple one? That's a Black Sabbath purple is what I call it. But being a Steelers fan and a good friend of mine being the original bass player for Stryper, yellow and black's always my Hummer's yellow and black. So I've been friends with Timothy Gaines now 15 years from Stryper, 16 years. I don't know. We tried to figure that out when he was on the show. Yeah, I've been friends with Tim for years. Down when before he lived where he lives in Chandler, Arizona now. I knew him when he was down in Franklin, Tennessee. When you'd go to the store and run into Mark Slaughter and all the other rock stars that lived down there. He said that's what was weird. You go to Kroger and next thing you look over, there's Sebastian Bach or Mark Slaughter or Vince Neil. So this is done. Let me get this off the bench, and I'll bring something else to put out of it. Since Laz ain't doing a show, we'll just continue to go until you guys are bored. Well, as soon as I can paint it, Laz, I'll get it done. It's only 27 right now. FU tone, trim, decked out in red. Put the red knobs on it flat, but I also got the red rubber band that, so you grip it a lot easier. The matching switch cap to match the red on here. I love the black outline on the Jackson. Got the red underneath the tuning peg caps, and then this big old, I can't use the back plate with that block in there. So this is also a pro soloist. So I have 5 pro soloists. This one, the rainbow one, Bay Area Rich. I got the matte orange one, and then the aqua burst one, and of course the mirrored one. Thank you, Greasy. But I traded Johnny the 2 DiMarzio pickups out of my Charvel Sunburn for this tremolo, because I didn't like the way the DiMarzio sounded. Like I said, I they just didn't sound right to me. And Johnny had this, and how many times he told us that Vega trims how he goes now. So this was just sitting there, and I said, well, if you're not going to use that, and you like the sound of the DiMarzios, I'll give you the red and yellow DiMarzio for that. And I didn't have any of the red with it. I put that in it extra. It was all chrome. And then I did put the silver metallic backing behind it instead of the black, because they have a tendency to put black under every one of them, no matter what the guitar color is. So what I do, OCD or whatever, I don't know what you want to call it, but I'll go one step further too. So I will try to match that back piece with something on the guitar. So I have orange and orange. I got green in the green. I have purple on, well, I'll show you. I got purple on the Rainbow Crackle because it comes into the purple area. This is another probe. This is a maple neck. I got purple under there. Kind of blends in more. But oh, I even did the Floyd Rose multicolor. This Rich, Bay Area Rich. This came from the starving musician in Santa Clara. And here's the Aqua Burst. Here's the Aqua Burst Pro that actually was a matte finish, and I did not paint any clear on that. I sanded it and buffed it out. Got blue there, and then blue up in here if you look underneath the peg heads. Yeah, I didn't buff that out, so that's what the body looked like. At some point I will buff that out to match this, but it made this stand out so much, it was unbelievable. Then here's the orange fine metallic matte Pro. All the Pros have the Piranha inlays. You really can't, in here you can't see the metallic that well, but it's I would love to hit this with a clear, because I think that would make that baby stand out so much. Then the final Pro that I have is the King. Greasy Monkey made this one possible. And I do wrap my strings that way, ball end up there. Did it out of necessity, and it became a lifelong thing. Then I had people say, that's wrong, that's wrong. Then I found out years later that that's what Steve Vai does. Excuse me. That's what Steve Vai does. So I tell people, well, once you play better than Steve, then you tell me it's wrong. They shut up after that. Every guitar I get, where every guitar that goes over this bench gets a pure tone input jack put in it. Hold on. Here's a soloist I did with gold, and I put gold back there instead of black. That is a Nazgul, Seymour Duncan Nazgul. Hot rails. This one back up here because I want to do a little bit more marking. That is a Sharpie marker. Yeti. Hold on, here we go. See, I put these on here with Sharpie to decide whether or not I like them. And then if I like it, I'll go from there. But this way I can do this, and then if I don't like, I put silver on the back of this one too. I can go through and just erase it and do more. Put a little bit of a rib cage. Hi, Avies. Wait, hold on. I'll open the door. All right, I gotta let Ava in here for a minute. Hold on, babe. There you go. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you was laying there. Hi, babe. Let's see. I love crackle finishes. If I could put it depends on what you call missing. So I want it to kind of look animated. Well, I'm not working on it, just drawing on it some more. Oh, wait a minute. Well, I'm done with the acoustic except for new strings, and I don't have any acoustic strings here. I thought I had one set left, but I remember using them. I just don't remember if it was on my daughter's guitar last week or my son's guitar. His no, that was a baritone. I did his. Let's see. For those of you who've been around Johnny's show, you've heard me talk about my buddy Jed. He's in the chat, or at least he was. Yeti, that's Jed. And I know why he's here, because we were going to play video games. Jed, if you're still here, let Peggy know tell Peggy how I'm doing on no cussing during the games. Oh, okay, so well, let me know when you get there, we'll play. But let Peggy know if I'm doing, be honest, let Peggy know if I'm doing any good with no cussing. When I get mad now, Peggy, you know what I say? Instead of what I used to say, I'd be like, I'm being tested. Or just something like tested. Because Peggy was around, Jed. She heard everything. Yeah, Matt, that's my good friend Yeti, aka Jed. Um, he's 6'10", 300, 320 pounds now. He was supposed to be the one. It was going to be. It was actually Rich had bought a ticket for him. Bay Area Rich had bought a ticket for Jed too for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but he had to work that day, so he didn't get to go, or Rich would have met him. Oh, I can't drop it over. Oh, I can. Yeah, I can. There's a black binding on there, but I could put a drop, like a teardrop of blood on the end. See, I just do this, then I leave it on here for a little bit, see if I like it or not. Because I put it with the mouth open over the or the tone knob. See you searching. And I've had 3 different designs on this so far, and I end up wiping them all off with alcohol. I had a big skull here and a skull here with spider web before. And I really thought I was going to go with that one, and I didn't. Then I put this one on, and after I got to looking at it, I should have turned it more this way, so when you're holding it, it's straight with the, when you're playing it. Yeah, Matt. Jed, you're talking to the guy who. Have you ever had the T-Rex burger at Wendy's on their secret menu? It's their Dave's burger, but it's got how many, Jed? 10? 10 or 12 patties of meat, cheese in between each one. He ate his and fries and a large drink. He ate everything of mine but 2 burgers. I just ate 2 of the burgers, took them off. So that either left 10 or 8 burgers plus the bun. He ate that of mine. So I want to do something to this guitar. I just don't know what. I really don't know what I want. I don't. It's too plain. Probably be just the top. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we went to leave and his truck broke down. You know what? Wait a minute. I may have that photo still, Jet. He's just got 5,000 photos on here. start from the top. Hold on, everybody. Well, here he is. Jed, how big was this steak? Was this the 40-ounce steak? That was 2021. Hold on, let me see. I know I have the. Yeah, I found out that if you go to Texas Roadhouse, and I said it as a joke. Waitress come up and say, what do you want? And I said, well, I want this uh, porterhouse. She's okay. I said, but you don't have the one I want. She said, what do you mean? I said, I think the biggest one he had was 20 ounces or 18 ounces. And I started joking. I said, I want 24 ounce. And she walked away, and my wife's like, well, that's good. You made her mad. So then she comes back and says, our butcher's still here. He'll cut you the 24 ounce. And then she only charged me like $4 more for it. I'm like, cool. So I told Jed, I said, apparently, if their butcher's there, you can get any size you want. So with him not wanting me to outdo him, he went and got a 30-ounce steak with us, and then he got the 40-ounce. And when the girl brought the 40-ounce back, she said they're all in the back betting he couldn't eat it. Well, he ate the steak, the salad, the potato, 2 beers, sweet tea, and how many rolls? Then I think, I'm not sure, I think he did a 50. But they were betting he couldn't finish it. And he had all that done in a half hour. So don't ever bet against Jed on eating it, because he'll take your money. Oh, here's the burger. All right, here you go, Mad, right here. That's the Wendy's T-Rex burger. It's on their secret menu. Wait a minute. So however many patties are on there, you see the large fries and all that stuff. So he ate all that, plus all that of mine except for 2 patties. Oh, I can't get out of there. Actually, I have the video, Jed, of you eating it, sitting there eating it. MPN, you've seen the videos I've sent you of Dofka. Here he is playing my Annihilator. That was the last time he came over here. That man, this guy right here, can freaking shred. When he had his own band, Psycho Scream, and then Dofka, they actually went on tour with Yngwie. They opened up for Yngwie. Oh, that one guitar I told you that I sanded and buffed and brought out the aqua finish. Here it is. Wait, before I saw. Here, that was the matte finish on it right there. Again, I don't know how well you guys could see that. No gloss whatsoever. I did not put any clear on it. All I did was sand it down. 800, 1200, 1500, 2000, 2500, and 3000. Then buffed it out. But it popped that it made it pop. So So anyhow, let me get back to the. Yeah, man, the great outdoors. That was the whole thing. We was trying to get him up to a 96 ounce, the old 96er. So, yeah. So I don't know if I might just, alcohol, rubbing alcohol takes that right off. I thought about hollow flashing this, but I don't know how well it will work with the white background. But that's what I do a lot of times. I draw. I always use Sharpie because it comes right off with the alcohol. But I draw on it until I get the idea of what I like. I'll leave it on there. Like I had the other two skulls on for probably a month before I took them off. So yeah, this Alex, this guitar, if you're still here, this guitar has the same neck as your Kelly, which is a freaking awesome neck. Um, Seymour Duncan Slug and the Dimebucker, and they're both north up. I don't have it reversed. So if you, hey Brian, if you, we'll show you right here. I'll do this so you guys can see it. Let me turn it down. Okay, well, we'll go to the humbucker or the Dimebucker first. Hold on. Guys, I make these too, by the way. I make a bunch of stuff. And when I do sell stuff, it just barely covers cost and shipping. I might make $1 or $2 off of it, literally. Okay, so you got to put that up. Okay, let's see where we're at. Okay, so this is the Dimebucker. All right, I got it on the right one. There we go. There's a Dimebucker. 1660. Regular neck pickups usually are around 5 to 7, maybe 8. This is 16 ohm, 1660, because most people consider that a very hot pickup. Up to 21, 22, they consider that a hot pickup. So now let's go down here to the Slug, and I think I got to move the switch one more. Yeah, okay, so 16. Now watch this. 44.3 coming out of that one. So when you have one that's 5 to 7 in the front, when you flip from that to that, it's basically like you shut the guitar off. So in between the two now, you're at 12.2, where before you would have 16 and 7, and in between you might have 5. So this thing has such cool sounds in it. So yeah, flip it back to the Slug. 44.3, 44.2. Right there. Brian, I'm doing pretty good. Jed, you home now or? Okay. Let's see what. All right, probably within the next 30 minutes. So anyhow, 44.3 to 16.6, 16.5, and in between 12.2. Because if you went from 44 down to 7, it was like you just killed the volume. So not only does this tell you the output that you're getting, but it also works as a diagnostic tool. So you can okay, we got power there, it's working. Okay, it's working there, it's working here, but you can check if even on a 5-way switch, if something's not connected, it'll tell you right here, just read 0. So you know exactly, if you had a 5-way switch and position 2 didn't work or position 3 didn't work, it would show you on here so you'd know exactly where the problem is. So yep, so we're going from 16.5, 44.2, 44.3. So that's a freaking hot pickup. And what I did do is I put a 1 meg pot in here. So, but keeping these both north up, this being a bridge, most people would turn it around. But leaving it that way, so this guitar has such a unique sound to it. Even though I'm using, I could use this for a bridge pickup on something else, because these are like $109, something like that, or 119. I don't want to give up. I had taken it out of here for a little bit and just put a Duncan Designed in it, and it ruined the sound of it. So I put this back in it in the some would say the wrong way, some would say the right way. But I make these stands for these two. So it just got such a unique. Well, on my you can hear it. Let me do this. Hold on. Although it's not going to sound that great this way. All right, you know what? All right. Hold on. Let me put this back. Let me go to the bench, or back to the other camera for a few minutes before we close up here. Off. All right. Be right with you. Check. All right, let me switch cameras. Okay. I'm assuming you guys can still hear and see me. Got sound. Okay. All right. The sound, Ava's here. That sound is unique. Okay. Thank you, Peggy. And let me take these off. I was not going to do that guitar without gloves. I guarantee you that. So I used that guitar on the One Night Eternal song, which is a song I wrote about a one night stand from 1984. And when you get married, you tell your spouse everything. My wife knows about it, but I don't know who it was. So, but anyhow, so if you're interested in hearing that guitar, it's This all the guitar you hear here in this song is that White Warrior with that pickup configuration and the 1 meg pot on it. So if you guys want to hear it, let me know. Yes or no. I know there's a 7 or 12-second delay. Sure, go for it. Let me know if give me too loud or not loud enough. That's that guitar on clean with the neck pickup. Well, somewhat clean. My hands are wet in the glove.
Every glance of promise on her parted lips. No names exchanged in the candles glow.
That better?
Just two shadows melting slow. Then the dawn comes creeping in, turning magic back to sin. Her dress lights on like midnight sun, leaving just the scent of where she's been. Oh, one night eternal in my veins, a ghost in the chains of morning rain. Every street light, every passing train, I'll chase your shadow through
There we go.
Now the city's full of echoes and lies. Every dark-haired girl catches my eyes. Beggars and kings all look the same when you're drowning in a missing name. Footsteps fade on the avenue, but none of them ever sound like you. The bartender pours another wound while the jukebox plays a forgotten tune. Oh, one night eternal in my veins, a ghost in the chains of morning rain. Every street loud, every passing train, I'll chase your shadow through the flame. One night
that's this jump in. That's this guitar recorded. Later, Lewis. Thank you for hanging out, man. That's Ava, Matt. So yeah, this guitar is on there. The bass that's on there is that Ibanez bass, MPN. There's Ibanez bass. I forgot I had that. Or I forgot it was an Ibanez. Right here. Active. Thank you, Greasy. I'll do a couple more for you guys. Let's see. That guitar is also on the song I wrote about H.H. Holmes, along with the baritone. You'll hear the baritone. You can tell the baritone when it's really low. But that guitar is on this song too. I did 4 songs about 4 serial killers. Pull the bar back.
In the shadows of Chicago streets, a castle built with wicked deeds. The walls could whisper tales so grim of hollow eyes and voices down. The devil's blueprint in his hand, a twisted mind.
Yeah, all the real deep parts were the baritone. The rest is that.
Lies like poison, cold as steel. Heaven wept for those who kneel. The devil's blueprint in his hand, a twisted mind, a deadly plan.
Thank you, Michael.
No remorse, no light to save, just
Shovel in a shallow grave.
a shallow
Then here's a basically B chord. But you're tuned to a D sharp. It's D sharp, or C sharp, D, C sharp,
gas pipes
G sharp.
lullaby
It's all. That's what this tuning is.
for souls who
And the same with
never left
One Night Eternal.
a smile so sharp, a heart so black.
Now I have to admit, he did a great job in the mix. Added a lot to it. Get it that full.
In shadows cast, where echoes take flight, his whispers low, where secrets ignite. In dreams we find, where truths unwind, paths untrod, where mysteries unfold. Shadows deep, where legends breathe.
Yeah, the keyboards. He even added the keyboards.
Fast, where life doesn't last.
Yeah, he's not bad for 57 years old now. When he was in the band, he was 23 to 26.
The devil's blueprint in his hand, a twisted mind, a deadly plan. Lie like poison, cold as steel. Heaven wept for those who kneeled. Earth shook with the wicked's call. Fire danced if the dance clean. Water cursed by sinners' tears. Air whispered with villain's breath. His victims came to a certain death. Oh.
I have no idea, Peggy. He did that at the studio. That, and there's one of the songs, or two of the songs, there's female backup singing. I don't know who they were. We recorded our stuff here, and then I just shipped it to him, and he mixed it and sent it back. But I can't, and it's all, he's doing it as a favor to me, so it's all for free. So I can't say, hey, I don't like this, I don't like that. It's what I get's what I get. But I mean, he made the drums sound better. It's great. So, did you guys hear the one? I did the one on Ed Gein, believe it or not. So I wrote 4 songs about 4 serial killers, and I know Laz was more worried about why I wrote the songs than the songs itself. It's just something I'm interested in. How someone can do that to somebody, and in most cases get away with it. So this one's about Ed Gein. I call it Plainfield's Monster. This one is, which guitar is this one? I believe this is my green crackle. This one. But this one, I also did it differently than I normally write, because I tried to do something different. So. That's a fuzz pedal.
Back road, Wisconsin, frost on the ground, a quiet little farmhouse, no screams, no sound. Mama's words still screaming in his brain, a lonely boy praying through the pain. Graveyard shift under harvest moon, his shovel sings a hymnal tune. Didn't kill like the stories say, he stole from the dead, then he walked away. Newspapers hungry, ink runs red, truth gets voices. They say he wore the skin of the damned, built a throne from bone and hand, face of fear, a butcher's grin, but the devil lives in what we print. Say his name, watch it show. Truth rots slow, but legends explode in plain field. The shadows grim, half of it lies, half lives in him. Lampshades lit with a human glow, belts that once had names, you know. Master faces, frozen screams, a man hiding inside a sick room. Mother dead, but she's never gone. Her voice still pulling the curtains drawn. Not a king of blood and war, just a mind that snapped before. True woman killed, the rest on earth. The lie gets louder as the legends birth. They say he danced in a house of skin, drank the dark, let the madness in, caught his sins in candlelight, but sin sells better in the night. Say his name, watch it so. Truth pops slow, but legends explode in plain field. The shadows grim, half of it lies, half lives in him. Not a genius, not a mastermind, not 100 bodies, just a broken soul. Raised on scripture, silent shame. We made him bigger, fed the flame. Who's the monster, him or us? Who sharpened every myth spun? Shovel skin, sin and bone. Lonely man in his borrowed home. Grave dirt press his mother's face, a human tragedy, a sad disgrace. Truth wears rags, legend wears the crown. Truth stays bright,
I am.
legends yelled. Say his name, feel it crawl.
I'm on every one of them, but I did have my son-in-law do a solo, and another friend of mine did one on a couple of them.
A sick man lived, and we made his name. Candles out, the story stays. Truth in shadow, myth in flames.
Because the house burnt down. Then I did one on Lizzie Borden. It's called Lizzie's Lie. And these two I tried to do a little bit different. This one and the one you just heard.
Fall river morning in the August heat. The white clapboard house stands on 2nd Street. A father's boots by the cellar door. Stepmother's prayers on the parlor floor. No screams heard, no weapon was found. Just silence thick as the burial ground. They say the house was locked up tight. They say she moved with a ghostly flight.
Kind of put that in here, Peggy. Listen. Listen. Yeah, see, there's women background there. He had that added.
Hands or a killer's grin. The tale cuts deep, but the facts grew thin. Andrew Borden counted his coins. He was cold as iron, hard as steel. A daughter trapped in Sunday silence. A lifetime chained to his iron will. The maid in the kitchen Blade covered in ash, the trial was just noise. Justice was weighed by men and boys. Lizzie Borden took an axe, so the rhyme goes on. Sung by the living, being fed by the dead. Courtroom clear, so the crowd won't bend. The myth needs blood, not an honest stand. Say it slow and let the legend run fair. A legend lives where the truth was cast. Does it rage or was it fate? Or a story the town had to create? Fear needs a face and a name to blame. History loves a deadly game. If she didn't swing, if she didn't swing, who did that day? Silent swings in darker ways. She lived 2 years wearing mourning black. No smiles captured in the photographs. Neighbors crossed the street in prayer as if the crime still lingered there. Her verdict read, but never believed. Her life was acquitted, but her soul never free. Oh, Leslie Jordan took an axe. That's how legend feels.
I have no idea who the women are singing the backup.
Went quiet, the song stayed loud. One woman buried by an angry crowd. Say her name, hear history bend. The axe was real, but the myth was planned. Two left dead, one walked away.
So there's that one. So that was that, that, and then of course Jack the Ripper, which was the first one I wrote. So those are my 4 serial killer songs. This one's in standard tuning. So you can tell I'm very Black Sabbath influenced because it's like a heavy blues, metal blues.
Jack the Ripper with a thirst for blood. Oh, Jack the Ripper with your blade so keen and sinister. You haunt the alleys with your dreadful spree, leaving terror and darkness in your wake. We plead under the moon's eerie glow. It crowds, sowing fear with each victim he fells. A phantom with no face.
I screwed up, no remorse. Then I said leaves a trail of remorse.
Leaving behind a trail of remorse. Oh, Jack! Jack the Ripper, your crimes, they make our blood run colder. In the heart of London, you wield your knife, a grim reaper, stealing innocent
That is just that. I'm holding the pick sideways and just scraping.
The city whispers tales of horror and woe as fear grips tight and the streets grow low. Who is this fiend, this devil in disguise? With each passing night, more innocence dies. The authorities chase shadows in vain as Jack the Ripper eludes every chain. A ghastly legend, a nightmare's birth, spreading terror throughout the earth. Oh, Jack the Ripper, in the annals of history, you're a grim reaper. Your name forever etched in blood and fear. A dark specter that will never disappear. So lock your doors and close your eyesight, for Jack the Ripper roams the night.
Come here. Hey.
In the shadows he waits, his hunger unbound. A nightmare haunting London's ground.
So that's my serial killer songs. I don't have. Well, I mean, have. Do one more. And, wait a minute. Do one more, and then we'll call it a night. And thank you everybody for hanging out. Seriously, it means the world to me. I double note right here. That was a mistake. That's E, G. Thank you, Peggy.
You lit the candle, swore it would never fade. Handed her the matches, watched her burn it away. Years spun round like a thief in the night, left me standing in the ashes of your alibi. Oh, you took more than just my name, dug your fingers deep and tried to wear my heart.
Yeah, they could be.
Broken trust, stolen life. Now I'm picking through
I regret putting pocket knife in there. I said I should have had. Now I'm searching through the wreckage for the rest of my life. Instead, I put pocket knife for some stupid reason. Sounded good at the time, and after I heard it, it was like. But again, they're done for free, so I can't ask for a redo.
She danced in moonbeams, swore they were only mine. But the footprints in the dust led to a double line. Every promise was a coin flipped in the air. Landed
You're welcome, man.
always on the side I wasn't there. Oh, the clock ticks backwards now. Every forever just a scar on my brow. Oh, you took more than just my name. Dug your fingers deep, left hollow where my
Like you hear how full his vocals are. It wasn't that way recorded here. He did that after during the mix.
Now I'm picking through the wreckage with a pocket knife.
God, I hate that word. So there you go. All right, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And I will be doing Mondays and Thursdays. Thursdays should be earlier, all because of Laz at 10 o'clock. Mondays, it's either going to be 9 or 10. You guys need to tell me what you want. You want me to start at 9 on Mondays or 10 on Mondays? And again, I plan on being here every Monday unless it's a Monday Night Football with the Steelers. So, good night, Lewis. Thank you. Greasy, your guitar is actually, I started working on one the other day with your mirrored guitar there. So I'll let you hear that when it's done. Where you at? Hold on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come up here. Come up here. Here. Come here. She knows she's not supposed to jump. Come on. Come here. I'm telling you to. It's okay. Come on. Hi. Say hi to everybody. Look here. Look. You gotta go outside. Okay. All right. She's gotta go outside. Everybody, thank you again. As far as I know, I'll be on Johnny's show until he tells me I can't be. So I should be on tomorrow. And Saturday we are going to do as far as I know, we are going to do a workbench on Saturday. And again, I know he's doing what he's doing late at night now for subs because this is his job. And he needs the subs, he needs the algorithm to share the videos out. And I'm glad he's doing it. It kind of sucked that I get kind of not in those late shows for the workbench because I love workbench. So I just love helping people. So that's why I'm going to do 2 shows a week now, Monday and Thursdays. So again, thank you, everybody. It means the world to me, and I'm not just saying that. As Ozzy would say, I love you all. Seven! So, good night, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. And then I'll be Saturday, and then I'll be back here Monday for another. I'll have something to do. I need to take my dad's old Les Paul. I cleaned out the pots. That's fine. I don't want to change the impact, or maybe I did, but I don't think I want to, or I didn't want to. I'll change strings on it, and that thing needs a fret polish. It's never never been any of the frets done on anything. It's that thing's completely original. So maybe I'll take Monday. I'll do that. Work on that and clean it up and get it going, because that's my dad, and that's with me till I'm gone. Then it goes to Cole. Unfortunately, he stops there. So his wife can't, unless they adopt. His wife can't have any children, sadly. So, so probably Monday. I'll have something to work on Monday. Probably that. So, all right, everybody. Good night again, and thank you all.